Well, thank you. Looks like I've been given the speech of my life and sharing the best experience in trading and almost tearing here, and you guys can't hear me. Well, thanks for letting me know. Good morning to everyone. All right, so let's start all over. We got 5 minutes, so now we got to do it the reduced version. So, all right, bulls in control, right? We're in this ascending channel. If we take a look at the 4-hour, clearly a lockout rally that I talked on Monday and Tuesday. Beware of that lockout rally, right? We talked about this range, the Middle East conflict, and then we're right back into it. This is a lockout rally, no question about it. You got some bears with long-term swing positions, clearly in some red. I've learned to identify a lockout rally. I shared the story yesterday. I was in a lockout rally in a short on a live account and took some major loss, thinking that NQ would do its classic up and downs. In these lockout rallies, you're not going to see a pullback or a significant pullback for some time, days usually. So clear lockout rally in terms of the 4-hour, the higher time frames. I mean, if we go back to Monday of this week, Monday the 23rd, we were hovering around the 800s, right? 21,800. We're at 22,000. So about 1,000 points to the upside in a week. That's clearly a lockout rally, squeezing all these long-term shorts that were probably banking on further downside during the Middle East conflict, and bulls in control. So we were in this range, or not a range, ascending channel coming in from the overnight. Yesterday, I didn't take any trades during the morning session. However, yesterday was a complete bull in control. So I did come back and I was looking, obviously at that point, I accepted bulls are in control. I was looking for an entry to ride some of that push up towards the afternoon. We saw that flush down to like 550, and then I took a trade, and I'll go over it in a second. I took one trade from that 600 breakout to about 645, so captured 45 points. I was $900 in the green yesterday. What was it, Wednesday? I think I was in a loss and I broke even. We'll go over my trading for the week after today's session. I said on Monday that I had opened two funded futures network accounts. And that's what I'm going to use for this live stream and see the journey, whether I blow it, whether I pass it. This is my master lead for everything I do on Tradesyncer. So we'll go over the results on that and just keep it transparent how we're doing with this account. I did open, like I said, Funded Futures Network. I think it was on Sunday or Monday. Right, because I had passed some evals from last week. So this is my master, copy trading everything. This is the first full week, 5 days in a row, live streaming. I usually hop on for like a day or two and then I disappear for a couple weeks or months, and I've been kind of inconsistent with it. So this is the first full week, Monday through Friday, showing up. So thanks for everybody tuning in. If there's anybody new to the stream, I live stream from Arizona, so my times are 3 hours behind New York Eastern. And first full week live streaming. We got some green. We'll continue to do this, build some confidence on the live stream. All right, so now what are we looking for? So we're coming in from this ascending channel. We broke out overnight high. Is today the sell-off? Here's what I'm watching for, the 660 level, right? Which kind of coincides with the gap fill. Let's see what happens there. That was a support resistance zone coming in from yesterday. Then if we do flush below, right, that 520, 550 area down here that's been playing out throughout the week. But bulls for sure pushed up. Let's see what 3 minutes now to the open. Let me give myself, do we have any news today? Holy shit. Market watch. Let's see. Today is Friday, June 27th. Okay, we do have, we had news, personal income. All right, so no Oh, 10 a.m. consumer sentiment. Oh. Okay, so we do have consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. So let's set 2 alarms. Let's set the classic 15-minute opening range alarm first. And then let's set an alarm. And I do this because I yap, start talking away, and I forget where I'm at. And then let's set an alarm for 10 a.m. to make sure I'm out of positions. All right. 30 seconds for the open. Casino opens in 30 seconds. So we got some ideas. We're either looking for another bullish momentum run. Let's see what happens at this level, that 660 area where the gap closed, at least today's or previous day close up here. And then we have an overnight low at 640. So for sure, bulls are in control. And boom, market's open. All right, so we came and touched previous day high, initial bounce. All my moving averages are above price action, so be aware of that. Good morning to everyone. Mo, Super Earthman, that JCSR, SR, good morning. Thank you for letting me know that I was muted. All right, here we go. We touched previous day high, nice little bounce. Let's see what we got. It is Friday, so although we're trading it, it's locking in profits. Trying, if we're going to take some red, take some minimal red, call it a day, and live to trade next week. All right, so we're pushing above the this little consolidation zone, or that bear flag that was forming there. See if we push above that bear flag, or it is a bear flag and we got some downside coming. We're hovering around, we're trying to push above VWAP, right? VWAP's at 724, rejected. It's a 20-point rejection, coming back to test previous day high. And we're in this back and forth between previous day high and VWAP. The bulls want to position obviously above this little consolidation zone and take this bull back to the upside. Bears want to flush. They're in desperate mode to flush. Bears need some strong relief. Are they going to get it? Okay, here we go. Previous day high is holding, so bulls still in control. So maybe the gap close, finally one day with a quick little gap close to that 660, 670 area, and let's see how exaggerated that play. Potential long area down here. But if we bounce off of previous day high and bulls are in control, then we're going to have to find some type of play to the upside. Good morning, happy Friday, everybody. Let's try to capture some green. So far uneventful. We do have 10 a.m. news, so I got to be aware of that. Open was 707, so now we're attempting to come back to test VWAP. This was that initial rejection around VWAP. All right, nothing eventful yet. Classic consolidation. Bulls did not give a significant pullback, at least on this initial move. I'll be right back. All right. So we're building some basing around VWAP, attempting to push up above VWAP. Finding resistance there though. So we've been in this little descending channel, right? It's being respected. Tops, 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 bottoms. Attempting to break out of this descending channel. Positioning now above, a little bit above VWAP. And either we break here or take another pullback. Hinting at the breakout there. Okay. We did have a couple fake outs this week on these initial breakouts out of descending channels. I'm going to be a little cautious on this one. Now, if we don't come back into the channel, then fine, the breakout is plain. I'll have to look for some pullback to participate to the upside. Okay, this is what I mentioned last 2 days. We've had this descending channel play out a little longer, but now it looks like we are breaking out. Building that breakout. Still pushing. And another little grind to the upside. All right, there it goes. See what happens at the 200. We got pivot point and some initial resistance around 760. $200 SMA touch. Not an immediate rejection. Pushing. She's pushing. All right, there's the initial 9. So now we're looking to see if this 9 provides resistance and we're truly breaking out of this descending channel. We flushed below the 9, then still back in descending channel mode. See what happens here. Okay, so that was a fake out. I did it the whole week, a fake out of that channel. At least see if it continues to the downside, and then we just continue to watch that channel to the downside. If we come back all the way into this channel that you see right here, then I'm still not interested. Attempting to use the 9 and the 20 as a bounce area. We're in a, wow, 57 points on 15-minute opening range. So uneventful so far. That was a nice little push up. All right, that's my first alarm. 15-minute opening range in 3 minutes. Teasing that breakout out of that descending channel. It's been teasing it for 4 or 5 minutes now. Slowly positioning itself to the upside. Man, teasing. Manny M, good morning. Good morning to everyone to the stream. Anybody new to the stream, do me a favor, help me out with the YouTube algo. Smash that like, smash that subscribe button. I live stream the New York session, nasty NASDAQ, every day. First full week live streaming, Monday through Friday, showing up. Hopefully I can keep the consistency next week. All right, so we're teasing up there, trying to get out of this descending channel. If I take a long here, I'd have to give myself a 30-point stop. So I'm looking for a further pullback if I'm going to participate in a breakout here. Problem with long in this breakout is my stop would have to be somewhere around here. It's 40 points on a Friday. Do I really need to take a stop of 40 points? Probably not. So let's wait for a test somewhere around here and see what happens. If it's just going to continue, then it is what it is. All right, so next level, 770, you got a pivot point up there. You have 770 and your overnight high at 790. Minute opening range established. Board players are looking for this breakout that has been a fake the first time around every day this week. Will today be the day that it finally gives the clean breakout? Let's see. Some consolidation there. Building the suspense on that 15-minute opening range breakout. And a fake out all week. Is today the day that it gives it to you clean? At least the initial move has been a fake out. Some suspense build right there. About 10 minutes in this range now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, about 10 minutes there now. So I guess we're going to have to wait for 10 a.m. news and see what type of catalyst that becomes. Look at the suspense around the orb players. The orbs are getting all excited. All your opening range breakout players are 50-minute opening range breakout players are in position, ready for that breakout. There it is. It's today the day it gives it to you clean though. Or is nasty NASDAQ going to do the nasty it's been doing all week? Trapping. Wow. Grind to the upside, no question about it, but Look at it, building the suspense around that opening range breakout. Done it all week. Every single one. First move above or below has been fake. Fake out. Nine EMA though, holding as the support for this move to the upside. Wow. Talk about suspense. I'm trying to think of myself as an opening range breakout player. If I'm holding a long, what would I do at this point? Consider this play over or continue to hold? Suspense around that breakout. This needs to be the push. In other words, 9 EMA holds and provides the final bounce above. If we flush, then nasty little trap. $10 a.m. news in 10 minutes. Consumer sentiment. 10 a.m. That should be market moving news event. So let's wait. Is that the catalyst for further upside today? Or do the bears finally get a little bit of relief today? Friday sell-off? So far, we haven't seen anything indicate either direction, so patience. All right, so looks like your orb players again teased again with some suspense. Let's see what happens at the 20. Is that the final launch pad that it needs? 20 holds. 20 here had a nice little bounce. Is that the final bounce it needs? Hi, gamer brother. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you, brother. You too, man. Keep it green. All right, so we saw this touch of the 20 provided a nice bounce. So far, this bounce playing out as well. But it's teasing. Wow. This week, man, I tell you, every little breakout is not given to you easy. Suspense around them, fake outs, nasty. All right, so continues to tease on that 15-minute opening range breakout. Burning some patience. But to be fair, bears have been unable to flush this either. So if anything, bulls are buying back every little pullback. All right, looking like a 15-minute opening range breakout play right now. News in 7 minutes, and next stop, pivot point up at 760. That's the problem. If I'm going to play this, looking at 20 points with one-to-one trade, 20-20, 50-50. Let's see if we can find a better setup. It's teasing. But maybe the 10 a.m. news will give us the Jimmy Trades, you ready for that 15-minute open range breakout? I know you're excited right here. Been teasing you though. This week has been fake out after fake out on that opening range, at least the initial move. Long holds. All right, let's see. Keeps teasing. Keeps teasing, but every little pullback is bought right back up. Your 20 and your 9 providing that support. Yeah, I played the 15-minute open range breakout. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. I forgot which day. I got some nice green there, but it's been a tease on the initial breakout for sure. All right, there we go. Orb players are getting excited. With news in 5 minutes, I'm probably going to pass on this one, and let's see what the news does. There you go. There's your breakout, 15-minute open range breakout. 7 points so far. All right, that's my alarm for 10 a.m. news in 5 minutes. That breakout is playing out nicely. I'll be right back, guys. There she goes. That was a nice 20-point breakout there. It's popped right above pivot point. Can she continue above the pivot point? Is the question. Nicely done, Jimmy Trades. Yeah, that was a nice breakout play. Clean on the first attempt. So nicely done to anyone who got that breakout. All right, news in 3 minutes. We touched that pivot point at 760 and taking a little pullback there. That was the first clean initial breakout for the week. Built some nice suspense, finally broke out. All right, news in 2 minutes, and then we'll see what we're gonna do here. So far, bulls not giving any pullback. And right back in control. News in 20 seconds. All right, here we go. Let's let it settle and see if we got any trades after this. Continue to push. Going for that overnight high, and clearly if we push above overnight high, lockout rally continues. Wow. And then at that point it wants 800. And I'm going to have to find some positioning. See if we can get a pullback to that 770, 760 area. Otherwise, this thing is just going to take off here and go for mid 800s. Be a little patient on this. No significant pullback yet at all at overnight highs, so let's wait for a pullback, or I'm going to wait for a pullback. That's if we get it. If it's a lockout rally, this thing is just going to continue. Bear is getting no relief today again. At least not yet. Overnight high holding. Come on, a little pullback, little pullback. Nope, she's going to take off. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Going the same little tease here with that consolidation, but it's been bullish consolidation so far. And she's going for all-time highs. There's that 800 breakout. Man, I wish you would give me a pullback. And stronger. Pullback, little pullback. Teasing at that 800 breakout. All right, so if we are going to break out above 800, I got to make some decisions on a pullback or a lack of a pullback. How much drawdown if I get in and then we take the pullback? How much drawdown am I willing to take for the eventual push up, or wait for a decent pullback? I've seen this where no decent pullback and bulls are in control, hop on. Holding 800. Damn it, no pullback. Come on. Come on. That's it for that pullback there. Being bought right back up. Okay. Tempting a pullback, but being bought right back up. On, stronger pullback, stronger pullback. And a blast. Shit. She's grinding, but she's going. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a pullback here. God damn it, NQ. All right, good. Good. Let's see if that's the stop hunt run. Good. Come on, a little deeper. Deeper pullback. Nope. We attempted to flush the 9 and it held. They're not giving up 800 at this point, so the suspense. So far, that 9 EMA is providing support. There's no break below it. I don't see this as a flush yet. Similar to this consolidation, then you get a blast off. Mo is short. Mo is saying this is it for that move. I don't know. I don't know if it's a short yet. So far, what we've seen is that suspense consolidation for push up. And usually when you have all-time highs, it's tough to short all-time highs. Bulls are in control. They want to push this. They want to push this and continue to punish. Anyone thinking it can't go any higher without a pullback is going to pay if you're in shorts. There's the blast off. So we've used the 9 EMA as blast off every single time. Freaking repeat of yesterday. God damn it. All right, I gotta wait for a pullback. I gotta stick to the plan. Little fading up here, but still nothing showing bulls have taken control. I'm sorry, bears. Bulls are in complete control. And they're not giving up the 9 EMA. clear bounces every single time we touch. But they're stair-stepping. We've seen this all week. Stair-stepping, bull stair-step, bears take little elevators down. Not significant, but quick for sure. All right, another touch of the 9. Is this the failure touch? Or another bounce from here? So far, every bounce has been a launch pad. Okay, I think. Some wicking up there. Selling pressure building. Slow and suspenseful. Okay, looks like it's breaking down. Let's see that touch of that 20, what happens there. So unable to push above 800. Will we get the bounce here or the failure? Not making it easy. Bull flag formation there. See if we get another push down. Otherwise, this could be the bounce area. I love Super Earthman's call. It's gonna bounce. Maybe. 50-50 here for sure. All right, let's see a little sharper pullback. Maybe test that 750, 760 area for the test. We know the breakout was the 50-minute opening range, the high. So we got two levels to look at, the 760 and the 745. If we don't come down and we just get the bounce here on this bull flag, and shit's going to the moon today. Bull flag breakout playing out right there. To the upside. Another little push down. It's either going to be a harsh pullback or we're bouncing right here back into 800 and going to the moon. Not making it easy. Suspense around every breakout. Jeez. All right. Tempting, but it's being bought right back up. Okay, so bull flag looks like it's winning, and this is the breakout out of that little bull flag. One thing I do know is you don't short bull flags, so let's wait. So breakout on that bull flag playing out. Back above 800. And that was it for the pullback. Ugh. Attempting to go after session high again. So that's all we're going to get on this. Is a 30-point pullback. 25, yeah, about 30, 40-point pullback. So what I'm watching for at this point is some type of sweep. Just need like something to clear out the algos and then decide. Okay. Attempting to come back down. It's a stronger candle to the downside. Testing moving averages right there. Overnight high is holding. They're not wanting to give up 800. Just minimal continuation, that's the problem. Again, we had the nice directional play here, and now we're stuck in toss-up zone. Shorting this, if I were to short, I could stop at 30. All right, so see where this pullback takes us. Probably a test of 760, which is that pivot point. Then we got to decide on direction. Are the bulls going to continue to ride this, or the bears are now looking for relief? Now that we got some, they set their all-time high and they could be done for the day and walk out, go to the Hamptons. So now we have to watch how aggressive this sell-off happens. They love to do this in the summer. They're Friday sell-offs. They'll push it up and then we're done. Do whatever you want. All right, so it's attempting to bounce here. Okay, let's see what happens at the 770 level if we flush down. So far 60 point, well not, yeah, about 60 points from high, session highs. Let's see if we're in sell-off mode. So, see another test coming back up to test 800. Or we get out of this descending channel and continue to the downside. This price action, slow but slow and directional. Got to be in the right direction. right? If the bears are starting to sell this off as a gradual sell-off, then, you know, we'll come back, test that 800 level, and the bears can't allow it to push up. In other words, defend this selling algo. Then I'll probably start getting interested in bear position then. If it's a sell-off. If not, then we'll see us bounce here and continue up. That's what's making this tricky. We're not getting the bounce at this level, at least not yet. And with this price action, a bounce can technically be 7-8 points. All right, here comes the flush. Flush the pivot point, 760. Here's the flush to the pivot point. Again, bounces and flushes are like 7-10 points right now, so that's a flush. All right, so pivot point 760. You got your 200 SMA there. You got VWAP down at 740. Let's see what these levels do. If bulls are going to continue, then bounce. If bears are going to start picking up, they're going to start flushing. Very nice, Mo. Okay. This is the bulls trying to push back up above 800. Can they do it? If overnight high holds, then there's no reason to shift the bear. Here's the push to 800, and bulls need to capture 800 again. Bears want to take it down from here. This price action is so slow, but it's slow but directional. That's the problem. That's why it's frustrating. Now bear stair stepping it down. Unbelievable. Super Earthman. I don't know if it sucks. It's just you got to adapt, right? There's been plays. got to adapt to this slow price action and drag your plays out a little longer. That's all. It's not the price action I like, but the moves have been there for sure. And bears, they're stepping it down. Decision. Okay, there's the test of 800. There's that test. Are we going to continue to push up from there? Or is that a fake out? He's taken off. Was that the fake out finally? And then we get the push down? One or two candles and slows down. All right, so that was a nice push above overnight high. Let's give it a couple more candles to hold or reject. Little action, then it slows down. Bulls for sure wanting to push above 800. It's been gradual. Those three 50-minute candles. Very interesting. And back down 20 points from that pop. Clearly above overnight high. Barely, but above. Unbelievable. And another attempt. Push below 800. Testing that 9 again. Oh boy. Mo, nicely done. Mo and Jimmy, nicely done, guys. You guys had some nice plays. Good job with your green. I would lock it in on a Friday. Don't even come back for power hour. Good job, though. All right, we're attempting now to flush below overnight high again, being tested and tested over and over here. Another attempt. Indecision at 800, but technically the bears have not been able to push this down. Overnight high holding, barely, but holding. And your last 1, 2, 3 15-minute candles, it's a toss-up. Building something up here. Nicely done, Jimmy Trades. Oh boy. So we're in a 50-point range. for the last hour. Painful. NASDAQ going nowhere, indecision. All right, here comes a flush. How low will she go here? Or is it just the range? They were attempted to hit VWAP and bounced. Just hit VWAP, flushed below, or attempted to flush below pivot point. Is this the bounce area? Or further downside, and this whole move to the upside is done. Morning, Peter. Welcome, welcome. No such thing as a late start. Market's open. Go right back into range. No continuation to the downside on that flush. And the chop fest going on here. attempted to bounce back into range, not able to. So is this the break of this range right now? Another attempt to test that VWAP. Trying to push below this pivot point, and now VWAP. Yeah, I mean, if the bears pick it up for the rest of the day, then this is just the beginning. If this is as low as it goes and the bulls want to push above 800, then this is as low as it goes. It's very tricky. See what happens at VWAP. VWAP is 750. Touching VWAP right now. No bounce. Nine-point bounce there. Very slow, directional, frustrating. All right, another attempt to flush below VWAP. No flush just yet. Looks like there's more downside to this. So a gradual sell-off here. We just hit that VWAP and bounced. Now we're attempting to push above pivot point. .20 bounce now on VWAP. And right back up, huh? Ashilama is long on this play. And see what happens here. Choppy. He's a pushing again. Building some good momentum. Can it continue? It looked like it had some steam, and then wah, wah, wah. PR 77. No. Not yet. Trying to figure out if we're going to continue to the upside or just play this range around overnight high. All right, so we had that little bounce there, lost some steam, and let's see what happens now. Decisions. Like she wants to break out. Okay. We're finally going to break out of that channel. Looks like it. So finally a break from this descending channel. Or another fake out. Building the suspense out of that descending channel again. Use a pumping. Stair stepping going on. Bull's picking up traction. What are you going to do here, NASDAQ? Little pop moves, quick moves, and then a slowdown. And still not significantly above or below overnight high. and back into that descending channel. Okay. Testing pivot point again. And coming back down for VWAP. First VWAP touched, bounced. Are we going to flush below VWAP now? All right, back into that descending channel, right back into it. And this low brings us down to like 730, 735. It's going to flush down to the bottom of this channel. Or we break out. Unbelievable. So we came to the top of this descending channel, took a little pullback. Not a full pullback, which is good. See if the bulls start building their bounce here. I can make a decision on a 30-point stop. That low so far, 742. I was looking for a test down there for a long. Or I can get aggressive and all right, so the top of that channel is holding. I can make calculated risk entry around 740 and take a 20-point stop on that, going for 800 break. It'll be dragged out, but it'll be rewarding if it plays out. It all depends on this push down if we're just going to have more downside today. The risk to reward would be 20 points to potential 60 on a 740 entry. But if we flush right below, then I'll have to consider that this might be going down to 700. So now I'm watching for this level, 740, 745. 20-point stop. If we get there. If we continue to build a lower high off of this low, then my entry is not going to happen, and I have to consider how I want to participate if the bulls are going to push this up today. We did yesterday in the late afternoon. And looks like here's the bounce plane. Testing overnight high. So it looks like my 740 dream entry not playing out, at least for now. So now I have to consider bulls are taking control. We know we're not getting significant pullbacks, and hop on. The good thing is if we are going to break above 800, there's a lot of room to the upside. So even a late entry up here, bulls will ride that pretty quick, just like yesterday. If they're just teasing up here to push it down, then still opportunity to capture a move, as long as a move is in play. If we're just in this nasty chop up and down, then it is what it is. So let's see the next pullback, how far it brings us down. Hasn't really given up more than 20 points. I mean, yeah, we had this little flush here, but other than that, we've been holding up here for sure. This is the next lower high. In other words, high, lower high, lower high. lower higher then. And is this going to be the breakout area over 800? We've attempted here. We got to look above and fail. Attempt, pullback, and is this the breakout now? Getting tight. That other JC, I'm assuming you're like a grand in the green, scalping this to death. Let's take a look. Nice for Friday with this volatility and trading micros. Very nice. Okay, so looks like we got the breakout shaping out. It's been building pretty tight. Gonna have to make some decisions. This would be a push above 800. Pretty juicy play. Oh no, Trump speaking in 2 minutes? God damn it. Well, he's got positive things to say. I don't think anything negative has happened in the world. All right, this is a breakout in the making. Gamble the Trump news or hold? God damn it. All right, we know there's plenty of upside if this move is truly to the upside. It's going to be slow as hell, but Jesus. Bulls positioning above overnight high for that breakout over 800. Bulls pushing. They want that breakout. All right, I'm gonna hop on. Playing the 800 breakout, I'll probably give it stop below the 20 SMA. If it's a fake out, then it is what it is. We may take a 9 EMA test. Needs to push, or it's just the fake out at this level and we take a nasty pullback. They're going to stair step this like they've done all day. At this point, they've built enough liquidity. This should be a strong push out. Otherwise, it's just a fake out and we'll take another pullback. It's technically the top of this range and range bound day without a breakout. If it's a true breakout, then we got some movement to this. So in terms of stop, I'll be watching for a pullback to test the 9. I'll probably have to settle for maybe a 10-point stop between the 9 and the 20 if I really want to play this tight. Fully aware that we've been in this range a little. So if this is just the top of this range and we come back down, then we're range bound. It is what it is. Got to accept that. Come on, push, and then I'll have to watch the top. If all we're doing is playing within the range, then we'll see a sharp pullback, and I can't get greedy on it. I'm playing a breakout. It has to break out and continue. If we're just range bound and potentially hit that 815, 820 area and come back to like this level, 807, then I'll peel. And then at that point, we know we're just range bound, and I'll probably just call it a day. So if it wants to continue, we'll start building some steam here. No Trump apparently is going to speak, so that can destroy this whole thing, but I'll watch for pullbacks around 795 without a hold, and then we know that's just the top of this range, and we're coming back into range and call it a day. So this is a breakout play, but we need to see the breakout. Where would I look at potential TP? 40 range, 40, 45. But this is the decision, right? Yeah, we got a little bit of green here, but if we're just range bound, right? I need to see what happens at this top of this range. If we're just range bound and we'll take a pullback back to like 805, I'm not even gonna give it break even at this point. Breakouts are breakouts. Breakouts, you want momentum, continuation. It's just chop, not interested, and I'll call it a day. Okay, so here's the topping that I've been talking about. If we flush right back down, listen, it can break out, but how much am I going to wait? I'll have to wait for another pullback and decide if so far unconvincing, and basically what I said, a breakout, like just the top of that range that we've been in, and then a pullback. Let's see what happens here. If it bounces, then maybe I'll entertain. I'll probably entertain a test of that 20. But this needs to push with force if we're finally going to get the breakout above 800. If not, then it's the top of that range, and I can either decide to take a bear approach to this or just call it a day. We did get a bounce here, but again, not out of this range yet. So if it's a range day, not interested. If it does break out, it'll be pretty quick. And the good thing is, if it does break down, it'll be pretty quick. We are hitting, obviously, that top, that resistance. Bulls need to either push with force or call it a day, and that'll be it in terms of the push up. We take another pull back in this range, and at that point, I'm not interested. There's another test of the 9. If this is just the top, and again, we're range bound, and this whole thing just falls apart. And it's a range bound day, and like I said, not what I'm looking for at this point. That was a nice bounce, but it could also be a fake out. This push needs to happen above the overall session range. I get it, it's stair stepping, and I got to be patient. This is not going to happen in 2-3 candles, but I'm also aware that we are at the top of the session range. We've seen this before, range bound days. We just come right back down, a breakout. If we are going to break out, then I'll be lenient at 845 right there. I don't want to get too greedy. As TP. And if we do start getting to this area, I'll start, if we do break out, in other words, we haven't broken out yet. There's no victory lap yet. If we do start getting into this range, then I'll start trailing my stop on the 9 EMA, depending on how far below. So far, we haven't gone to maybe 5 points below 9 EMA on a breakout. If not, then I'll clip it on an immediate pullback and then maybe consider, if it's just a pullback, to test these the 800 level again and either consider the breakout play again. We'll see. It does have to break out. Otherwise, we're range bound and there's no need to take this full pullback. I'll either flip it around here or around here and capture 5 or 10 points in the red. So now we've hit that. This is the critical area. It needs to push. Otherwise, range bound day, and I'll be done. Testing that 9. 9 is at this point failing. Is not what a breakout should look like. But with this slow price action, I have to adjust and let it breathe a little bit. So far, we saw that top here, and now we're down 10 points. Bounce has to happen pretty quickly. And there we go. Just annoying. So range bound day. It is what it is. Still holding, the 9 EMA is still holding. At this point, I have a visual stop. In other words, I'm watching price action for the breakout and being lenient. If we do break out and once we start coming up here, then I'll probably give myself a 5 or 6 point stop below the 9. Right now, I really haven't clipped below the 9 too much. It's holding. But again, we need to break out of this session range for it to be the breakout. Otherwise, range bound day. Another nasty NASDAQ trick. Still teasing up here. The longer it takes its time, the stronger potential for that pullback. In other words, we've seen them, right? Boom, boom, boom. I'm relying that we've had 3 pullbacks at that level, and now the bulls finally want to push it. But you can see range-bound days all day with no breakout of them. So fortunately now the 20 SMA is above my entry. I'll probably have to entertain a test of 20. If it does fail there, then range bound day, take a small little bit of profit or a small loss, and that would be it. No bounce, so notice that top of this range is kind of building as the resistance, and you see the slow gradual pullback. Needs to break quickly. Otherwise, we take another pullback, and I'm just not interested at this point. Next pivot point is at 850. I'm not being aggressive on it, so I'm giving myself 7 points below. A pivot point is TP, again with a breakout. If this is just range bound teasing, then we'll see a strong pullback here, and I'll clip it. And again, it could tease this breakout. It's done it on several levels. It teases a breakout, and then you see a flush. We've attempted to go above the 820 area 1, 2, 3 times. Harsh pullbacks each time. Is this finally the touch of the 200 SMA down here once and twice tested 200 SMA, or the final push to the upside? That's what I'm banking on. Doesn't mean it'll play. Getting tighter and tighter up there. This is a very similar play to what I did yesterday. Actually, I think 9:48, 10:48, 11:48. Yesterday's play, I believe, was at 1 p.m. Eastern, which was the 700 breakout, and I took 40 points as well there. Will this be a repeat of yesterday? 700 yesterday, today 800? We'll see. All right, breakout out of this range, starting to build, teasing it, stair-stepping it. And at this point, a flush below 805, I think. That will be my clip area. Sure, it can bounce right there, but I'm interested in a easy breakout play, not... I didn't sustain all this up and down all day. I'm looking for the easy play, right? Easing up there, still not convincing. Oop, there's the range top, and if it's a range bound day, done deal. This whole thing is over. And then the Friday sell-off kicks in. So we could be building the look above and fail, and then boop. But I'll be patient. I'll let it play. Let it breathe. All right, so we were not able to capture session high yet for today's high. Came close, took a little pullback. 20 and 200 building some base here. But because it's so close, it's also the potential for the flush. Not a convincing breakout. If this is just another attempt to push above 800 and the bears take it from here, then I think from here the bears will probably get some action to the downside. If this is now the, let's say, third attempt to push above. And this is the death candle. If we see a push to like 805, which looks like that's what's happening right now. Ugh. And then at that point, the sell-off picks up. There's no bounce here then. We're range bound. Get everybody excited on a breakout and take it right back down. Unconvincing push back above the 9 and the 20. So now the resistance is building here. So if there's no strong push, the play's done. In other words, there's no breakout, at least not in this wave. Now, I'm not interested in a second wave either. I've waited long enough. If it's range bound, it's range bound, and so 20 and 200 now, creating the resistance, unable to push back above that. So, unless we get a strong candle to the upside, I'll have to clip around this area. Okay, it's a good little bounce on the attempted flush below the 200. But it has to push. We're still not 10, 20 points above breakout areas, right? So far, it's just teasing, teasing. And then the longer you stay here, the faster the pullback. That was not a good candle. Jeez, even on a breakout, it's gonna drag it out. Unfreaking believable. Teasing, teasing, teasing. Unbelievable. There's no strong move. You give me one directional 4 or 5 candles in a row and just take off. Still teasing, we're still not breaking out. This can still turn into range bound and take right back down. I'm being flexible because of the price action. It's slow, and this could be extended breakout, but this is normal NQ price action. This is not a breakout. Teasing, still not out of that, right? Still not unable to push above 820. How long is this tease going to go? It's going to go up and down, and either flush or push up. Toss up. And if we come back, if it needs to test 800 again, ugh. Not what I want. Breaking down. Still not a confirmed breakout. Freaking believable. Just can't make it easy, can you? All right, it looks like it's breaking down. We tried. Unable to position back above the moving averages. $20 and the 200 are tight. That could be the death cross, and you take a pullback. They provide support, then you got some good moving average support there, but it needs to push. It needs to push with confidence. We need that 10, 15 point candle to the upside. And very well might be to the downside. Oh man, NQ, just not making it easy. And looks like it needs another pullback, or range is playing and right back down. Range bound. Unfreaking believable. Just won't give you the play. Just won't. Nope. And they hold 800, or is this over? And they hold 800? Nope. Flush right back down. And the range plays with No bounce. All right, they're attempting to push at the half point of this candle, but if the 90 MA now becomes resistance, then I gotta call it. All right, it did recovering on that death candle. Can it recover the whole candle? Nope. Needs to recover this candle. Otherwise, this now becomes resistance and forget about it. Range bound. You're close. And you push above that 805. Push above 805. All right, trying to recover. Let's see what happens at the 9. If it pushes up, then I might be alive still. Okay. Can it recover on this death candle? Is the question. Nope. That was a decent attempt to bounce. And that bounce hold though. All right. Now we're looking at pushing above this resistance of 810. Can we push above 810 again? Or now the 20 SMA becomes resistance and this whole play becomes now resistance. Needs to push above 810. Still unable to recover from this little death candle. Was that a candle just to shake out some stops, or are we going to get some action here? Come on. Can it push above the 20? Or is it just teasing me here? Now these moving averages becoming resistance, right? They're providing the support and it switched pretty quickly. Maybe support is now becoming resistance. Let's see. Not making it easy. Bears trying to push below 800 again. Does 800 become the base, or forget it? This is over. Bulls unable to bounce here. Unable to bounce. Bears pushing. They want that push below 800. Bears pushing it. And looks like we got break of structure here, and we could have another push to the downside. Attempted break of structure there. Getting tight. Getting tight. Bulls want that whole number. They want the 800, but it's Friday, it's end of day. We're at lunchtime. Are the Bears going to be able to... Bulls going to be able to hold this? Probably not. Getting tight. It's going to go one way or the other. Nope. Unable to push now above the 200. Okay, that's a nice little bounce. They need to continue though. If it's just a little test of the 20 and then we flush right back down, then play is done. The problem with this is if NQ needs a little more liquidity and needs to flush back down, potentially the third touch of the 200 SMA, then I'm not going to take that drawdown to find out. I'd like it to happen in this wave, but NQ's not cooperating as usual. So the moving averages are becoming resistance, right? We've had these little attempts to push up, push right back down. If we can get a little luck on our side and start curling and building the base there, we might have a leg up. But on a Friday this late, do the Bulls really have that steam? Or is this just the Friday sell-off building up? I agree. This is the resistance area right here, the top of this range, 810. Anything below 790 as a flush without a bounce, it's over. You got 790 down here, and you got this 810 as the breakout areas to either side. Okay, now we're attempting to flush below this wick. There's no bounce at that 790 area, then I gotta call it. $790 would put me down here, another test of overnight high. But at that point, it'll probably be a failure overnight high. So I'm about 10 points above overnight high. Anything below that, flip. Okay, so far, neither direction winning. Ooh, that was not pretty. That was not pretty. That was not pretty. That was a rejection off that 9 EMA. 790, what are you going to do? If you flush below 790, then I don't care about you anymore. There's that flush, and I don't care about you anymore. If we see a bounce, I may consider it, but so we took 12-point stop there, and range bound. If I want to attempt another long, we'll see what happens down here with this 200 third touch of the 200 SMA. If we see the bounce and position above 810, then I can try again. But at this point, I'll wait for this area to be broken if I want a long again. Otherwise, like I said, we're just in this range and there's no breakout, just a range day. Okay, let's see what happens. If this is the touch it needs, or are we going to flush now below and pretty much the range is going to break to the downside? Switch this real quick. All right, cool. All right, let's watch for more continuation to the downside, the full range to range. And then we got pivot point again, VWAP down here at 760. See how much further downside it needs. If the bulls really want to make a play today. Okay. Now bulls are attempting position above 800 again. Now we gotta wait. Wait for the bottom of that range to be tested and see if we continue to the downside or we get right back into the range. Can we get back down here? And then, maybe I'll consider another long play in the range. Need to get back down there. So it obviously wants that 200 SMA, wants that pivot point again. Let's see what happens in this area. If it's range day, then I can attempt another long here with the risk that that is the break to the downside, but I'll have to keep a tight stop. Snail pace. That 20 SMA has been providing now resistance, right? So if we pop here and take it back down, then same as usual in this descending channel. So I think right now this area is magnet and price action come back down to 760 area. And then see if there's a setup there for a bounce. Still in the middle of the 10:30, 11:30, 12:30. Still in the middle of the lunch hour. Okay, if this is what it needed for the push up, then I'll have to watch the action. I'd like a pullback down here and then make a final long attempt at the bottom of the range. And if it fails, well, it is what it is. Okay, we're attempting to build above the 20 on the 5-minute. Consider another long at 795. See if we get a pullback here for that touch of the 200. Topping at that descending channel right now. And now we flipping 20 and the 200 providing support. And flipping back and forth at this overnight high. So this was the entry at 800, which became resistance, and then now is that going to be resistance here, or we're going to push right back into it? And then I can attempt to break again. I'd prefer a flush with some type of bounce back to 780. All right, let's see if we get another pullback. Otherwise, this is probably what it needed. A little liquidity built down here. 200 still providing the support. So, watching that 800 level again for a potential play to the upside. If it breaks out of this channel, right? We are in a descending channel. If we break out, then there's still a chance to the upside. I'll take another stab at it. If we flush here, then ideally we get some type of flush down here, right back into the range, or the bottom of the range. We came, tested overnight high, held again, and the bulls have been trying to give us the push above 800, but unable. Okay, so the top of this selling channel is holding. See how far we go. Do we get this touch down here that I'm watching for? Making it difficult. Okay, let's see if we can get a flush to test the 200 in the bottom of this range. Trader 007, what's up, brother? And we get a quick flush to touch. Good, brother. Trying to get some green today, but not playing out. All right, ideally I'd want a flush and see if the 200 holds. You got pivot point at 760. Is this the final push to the downside and, bears take over for a classic Friday sell-off? Or does the range still play and we play it long? Decisions. Okay, there's the touch of the 200. Pivot point is at 760, or this area down here. Are we going to get a flush? Or is this the final touch of the 200 for the push to the upside? NQ making it difficult today. Decisions. All right, there's the flush attempt below the 200 SMA. I'll start getting interested around 760. Give myself a 10, 15 point stop. If it's a flush to the downside and it's over, then I was wrong today. It happens. If it's a bounce, then we got some potential nice green to the upside. But I'm watching this area, 760. All right, here comes that flush below the 200, or does the 200 hold? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts. This area is holding, but technically close to the middle of the range. Gradual, respecting the top of this descending channel, so playing with emotions. All right, at this point, we're watching for the flush to 760. That pivot point is a magnet. You got VWAP down there. You got a lot of support here. If it's gonna break, it'll be quick. Otherwise, depending on what happens down here, I'll entertain a long in the 760 to 770 area after coming and testing it. All right, here comes that flush. And she flush. Testing the bottom of that descending channel now. Can she flush to 760, test that pivot point, and we'll see the reaction there. If it just pushes below, then Friday sell-off in effect. All right, here comes that flush to 760. Still going, she's still going. All right, let's see what 760 does. Gradual sell-off. But it's staying within that selling channel, so it's respecting the top of this descending channel now. All right, bottom of the range. Is that all we're going to get, or are we going to get that 760 flush? The 200 holds. Very slow. All right, let's see if we get another push to that 760 pivot point. You got VWAP down there. You got a couple of support areas. If it breaks, Friday sell-off. Okay, I think we're going to get that flush down to 760 now. Let's see what happens down there. right, it wants that pivot point, so let's see how dramatic this flush is going to be. This is the make or break area. If we continue below the pivot point, then bears finally get some relief. But we got to touch that pivot point first. Bottom of the range holding. Ease. All right, here comes that flush. Flush. It's how far below pivot point we go. If we just continue, then Friday sell-off, baby. So still unable to flush below the bottom of that range. But it's building. Selling pressure is building for sure. It's looking like it wants that pivot point. And if we continue below pivot point, then I think the bounce thesis is done. But let's watch. Okay, we tested or attempted to test pivot point, did not get it. 7, the bottom of that range. Right back up to 785. Testing the top of that descending channel. Attempting to break out of that descending channel and probably another leg down. Come on, give us that flush. All right, looks like that 775 area held. Take a stab at this exit, or we push right back down. Come on. Right. Attempting to pop out of this selling channel. All right, bulls taking control. I might take another stab at that 800 break if we continue. Oof. Is that a trap? Is that a trap? It's building. Attempt to re-enter at 800. Let's see. We're approaching the top of the last 15-minute candle. 2 minutes to go on that close. Let's see what happens up here. And we close above the last 15-minute candle. Man, just hovering back and forth in that range. He's in that breakout again. Attempting to flush again below the 20 and the 200 at this point. Will it be able to, or is this now support? Tricky, tricky, tricky. Okay, another push down. See if we get to test now that pivot point at 760. Oh my God. So that was, for anyone like me trying to play this 800 breakout, that was the fake out. I attempted that breakout here and got like 10 or 12 points of stop. But bears have not made a significant move to the downside yet. We're still waiting for that flush. That pivot point VWAP touches going to be the deciding factor if there's a bounce or Friday sell-off. So this is what I'm watching for, that pivot point VWAP area at 760. Is that finally the sweep it needs for a push up, or that's it? Let's give the bears some relief and cliff it. Come on, give us a stronger flush. Get your liquidity sweep. Take everybody out and then give us the play. Painful, painful price action. NQ, what do you want to do? All right, guys, I'll be right back. I gotta get something to drink. I'll be right back. All right, did I miss anything? Nope. Well, the bottom of the range held. What are we, 20 points now? I think I'm gonna have to consider this long again. But I gotta wait for a pullback, a stronger pullback. Wow. Really pushing the patience. What is it, 1 o'clock at this point? Jeez. We've been in this range since 7 a.m. my time. 3 hours in that range. Wow. Another attempt up there. Painful. NASDAQ go nowhere. Middle of that range again. Way too slow for a Friday, but it's what the market gives us. Now they're stair-stepping it. We're in a tight 20-point range between 770 and 790. NASDAQ not making it easy today. Unless you caught the earlier moves. There were some nice moves earlier, but I missed those. Right back to overnight high. Ay, 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 ay. Well, so far, 240 in the red, 12 points. 12-point stop on this attempt to play the breakout of 800. One o'clock, 11, 12, 1 o'clock, New York Eastern. Let's see if there's anything else today. There's gotta be a break. Some type of nastiness coming. Oh boy. It's driving us crazy. The longer we stay, the longer it drags us into a play. But yeah, this is insanity. All right, let's see if this is the flush we were looking for. If we finally get some, like, the uncoiling of this range and finally a bounce or continuation to the downside, just something at this point. I don't even mind taking a losing trade again. I just, something. And we get that flush to 760. And at that point, if you break VWAP, you break pivot points, then you break a structure and you could have a play to the downside. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Come on, NQ, let loose. Break that rubber band. You've been coiling for 3 hours. Unleash. All right, the flush, the 760 is playing. See if we get it. Nada. Another attempt, nothing. At this point, I gotta wait for, we're so close to VWAP, it's like a magnet. 760 area, and then decide, do I want to take a trade or just call it a day? Okay, here's that flush. Is that as far as we go? Or is there more to this? Come on, unleash it. Downside or upside, unleash it. All right, so it wants pivot point, right? That VWAP at 760. That's the pivot point. Got to be careful getting too excited. If this is the Friday sell-off, then it's a cliff from there. All right, 760 being touched. 68. Here comes that flush for VWAP. Will this area hold? Keeps teasing us for that break below the range. 760 next. And is that the break to the downside? Teasing. Teasing. Unfreaking believable. So we came down and touched 764. 15-point bounce at this point. Coming back for some more downside. And take care, Peter. Nothing again. Come on, touch VWAP. I'm gonna get your VWAP. All right, we're going to play a bounce here. Last play of the day. If we flush below 760, on it. Needs to push up to the 20 and actually push up. If not, then it is what it is. Unable to capture some action today. If it's going to flush below 760, I got to let it go. Needs to push up above 780 with force. If it's going to come down and flush below 760, then call it a day. So here comes the flush for VWAP. 760. I can't give it too much more than 760 at that point. If it doesn't bounce, then done. And looks like it trapped me nicely. There's no bounce at VWAP. Then we got more downside to this. Not the bounce I was looking for. So VWAP, at least for now, attempting to bounce. Not convincing. See what happens with the test of the 20 SMA. We need to break out of this descending channel. If not, we're continuing in that descending channel and we'll take another leg down, and I will call it a day for the day. So no bounce here at this pivot point and VWAP. There's no point of dragging it too long below this wick. I was looking for a stronger bounce at this area, and it's just not happening. See if we are able to position above the 20. Notice that this top, we keep going lower and lower. So the longer I stay, the more dragged out the loss. We're not able to push above this. It's the top of that descending channel. Tempting. But 20 SMA in the top of this channel providing resistance. Needs to break above that to get out of that channel, and then maybe I have a chance with this trade. If this is a continuation or flush to the downside below that pivot point, then I'll have to make decisions around 760. I also have to be aware that most of these moves, 770, are about 30 points. So 760, 790, touch of that 200 is probably the most I can hope before we take another pullback. So let's see if we do happen to push up and get out of this channel to 790. Do I need to just realize that that could be the top of that move to the upside, and then we take another pullback? Most of these pumps have been about 30 points, if we even get it. So from bottom of this, 790 is what I got to watch, which is the 200 SMA or overnight high. Is this just simply another attempt at this descending channel that you can't get caught into it? Right? If we break out, then all right, maybe we finally get the play that I've been waiting for. But got to realize we're in a descending channel. So anything here with a push up and then come back, it's basically the same thing that I went through trying to play the 800 breakout. So this is going to be that 790 area. If we get there, are the bulls finally going to build the push up, or just selling channel, selling algo, and nothing in terms of a true bounce? So it does need to break out. Otherwise, selling channel continues. So for now, selling channel continues. Graduated sell-off here. Can we build some basing here for a push-up? Not looking like it. That's not good. That's not good. All right, I'll have to make decisions now. Woo! Is that the flush that we were waiting for? Let's see. Patience. Let's see if that was the flush to get everybody out, and then we get a bounce. Not looking like it. Looks like sell-off now, below VWAP, below pivot point. And I will have to clip it at this point. Is this the liquidity sweep that NQ needed, and then we get a move up? Let's find out. Not looking like it. So I'll have to make decisions here. All right, so it's over. Woo! Do we get news? Well, it doesn't matter if I get news or not. This thing is like... Okay. Tempted to flush below 700. Bounce. It's pushing. $700 held, at least for now. And let's see what this is. Oh, Trump ending talks with Canada, and I got to get out. Okay. If that's news related, then I don't think there's going to be a substantial bounce here. Let's see if the news holds. Thank you for letting me know. If that's the market responding to tariffs, then I got to make some decisions here how much of a loss I'm willing to entertain. Or if the news doesn't hold and it's just reactionary, let's see. Ugh. That's no bueno. Yeah, that's not good. See if it's a knee-jerk reaction or continuation on tariff news. This move is holding. And it ain't pretty. So I'll probably have to take the daily loss limit on this, which I'm coming close. These are 150K accounts, and a little unfortunate, but that's what happens. I'm sure as hell not DCAing down here. So touch previous day high. Let's see if there's any reaction there. Otherwise, it'll close on daily loss limit. Kenji, yes, I do trade every day New York Open. Today was a little longer than I should have stayed, and I'm paying the price for it. Trying to make decisions here. If I let daily loss limit hit or clip it. See if it's a knee-jerk reaction to the news or there's more downside to this. Which at that point, I'll have to decide on daily loss limit or take a smaller loss. And at this point, with that surprise, so see if we can get to 740 and not reject. If this becomes resistance and now, you know, this is a sell-off, then got decisions to make. So, yeah, fortunately, I'm caught in a bad news event. I do have a hard daily loss limit, so I'll take a significant loss for the day. Or if we have a, if it's just a knee-jerk reaction, then I might get lucky. But either way, horrible situation to be in without a stop. So fortunately, these are 150Ks. So nowhere close to blowing the account, but there was no reason to take a loss like this either. A little unfortunate on news. That's what you get for trading without a stop. All right, I think there's more downside to this, and I will get daily loss limit out. Look at the views go up. As soon as you start getting a loss, the views go up. All right, it's daily loss limit or negotiating some less of a loss. But if this is tariff related and Trump dropped the news, I pay dearly. Thanks, Ken. What time is it? 11, 12, 1, 2 p.m. Eastern, right? Yeah. Let's see if this 9 EMA continues to provide resistance. So far it has. There's no reason to think it's not going to. If we push up above it, then I got to look at 200. If we even get there. And then figure out, you know, the loss that I'm willing to take here. So far that 9 EMA being resistance for any push up. Market's attempting to hold 700. Let's see. Volatility brought back. Okay, now we got to see if this 20, if we're able to push above the 20. And then at this point, figure out where's my loss. If it's a knee-jerk reaction and we go back to business, then I might get lucky. Might. So if news holds and we flush right back down, then there's no saving it. If this is a knee-jerk reaction to the Canada tariffs, we may have a quick little recovery and we might get lucky. It all depends if the news holds. So far, resistance at that 20, pushing it right back down. News, tariff news holding. And like I said, I'm taking such bad loss here, I might as well just let daily loss limit hit. Or potentially make some decisions if we push back up and take a smaller loss. All right, attempting to push back up. And that 200 being brutal on the resistance. Sorry, the 20. So can we get out of this range and push up? Or will the news hold? Either way, bad situation to be in right now. All right, let me take a look at Fox News. All right, so unable to build a bounce around this area. Looks like we're gonna hit daily loss limit today, and what you get for not trading with a stop. Trying to push. Not impressive. All right. Trump says U.S. will cease trade negotiations with Canada. Okay. See how much Canada moves the market. Will the news hold? Struggling to push. Well, if you're enjoying this horrible position to be in, do me a favor, smash that like, smash that subscribe button. If you're new to the channel, I'm streaming from Arizona, 3 hours behind New York Eastern, and in a bad situation. We're watching to see if there's a savior bounce. But let's see if this news holds. There's no way I'll DCA here though. Accepting that I got caught in a bad play and either let daily loss limit hit or potentially look at a smaller loss somewhere up here. It is what it is. No bounce, no bounce. News is holding. So now it's attempting to flush below that 730, 725 area, and at that point I'll probably be toast. Unfortunate, but that's what you get. Here comes that other leg to the downside, and like I said, at that point, daily loss limit will hit, and get caught with a really bad play, news related, without a stop. Pushing down is that next leg to the downside. And I will be, like I said, daily loss limit will hit, and that's all she wrote. Testing that area again, those lows. And if we flush below those lows, well, have a great weekend, everyone. I don't know about break even. I was hoping for like a 20, 25 point loss, clipping it somewhere here, but I think at this point the news will hold. You got a pivot point at 688. I don't think my drawdown, at least daily loss limit, will support that. So if we hit daily loss limit, it is what it is. Not the end of the world. Horrible trading, but F around without a stop, you'll find out. So attempting to bounce off those lows, not convincing. And if it drops, obviously this is now the flush below 700. If it drops below that, toast. There's the next leg down. Attempting to flush below 700, lousy bounces there, so yeah, I think this will be a major move to the downside based on the Canada news, and we'll walk out with a pretty big loss, daily loss limit hit. Struggling to bounce. That 20 and 200 being resistance for any push up. So ooh. There goes the next leg down and pretty close to daily loss limit. How did I not close there? Wow. Looks like I missed daily loss limit by a couple ticks there. Oh, man. Looking to get back over 700. Highly doubt it. Bulls try to push back up over 700. I don't think they'll have that case. I think there's more downside to this. Doesn't really matter how much more downside. I'll get daily loss limit out pretty soon. A silly 4x loss for not having a stop. All right, I don't think I have more left in daily drawdown. I think it's pretty damn close. think I'm just a couple ticks away at this point. Surprised it hasn't hit yet. Oh, the crowd, you're in the same one? Yeah, I mean, these are 150Ks, so I have them at a manual daily loss limit set. Was it necessary? No. The solution? Have a stop. But this is the price you pay for trading without a stop. All right, bulls trying to push above 700 again. They don't want to let it go, but unless they push with force, there's no saving this. This is hopium at best. All right, bulls trying to position above 700. The test will be that 20 SMA. And if we just continue this sell-off, we'll see rejection again at the 20. And, well, we all know what we're waiting for. Let's see if they can push above the 20. If they even have steam for that. If they do, doesn't look like they do. Oh boy, unfortunate, no stop. But it is my fault, not the market in any way. And not able to position above your moving averages. And here comes the deadly next leg to the downside. And I'll have some cocktails to drown this loss. Yeah, I don't think I have enough drawdown for 660. I mean, this trade is garbage at this point. This is the price you pay for not having a stop. Unfortunate, yes. Preventable, 100%. And here comes that next leg. Where is daily loss limit? Oh, we're like 10 points. $80 left. Unfreaking believable. And we're done. Toast. Well, you got a glimpse of bad trading without a stop. Probably the best thing to do now is call it a day. Go have some cocktails and try to drown this loss. About $2,500 in the red on 150Ks. It happens. All right, guys, I am done. Thanks for tuning in. That's what happens when you trade without a stop. Completely preventable. I will talk to you guys on Monday. Have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. And we can learn this lesson.